Hello, Blender folks. This is Gnomes. Welcome and welcome back. So today I decided to stream again. It's because I want to really complete this some of the annoying tasks that are not allowing me to continue further in the rigging. The most important part here for me, which would be the facial rig. So I need to fix the meshes for the character design, and this is what we're gonna address today. Well, I will try my best. Let's see the best we can get, because I have made a model sheet. The model sheet is it has sort of random pose, 3/4 regular pose, something like that. Then we have, of course, we have a front view, we have a side view, and even a top view for mostly the face. So with those features at hand, this model sheet, I should be able to get, there's no reason to not provide a good character design. Also, because when I made this model sheet, I think I was using some of the knowledge that I've gathered from previous model sheets, because it's very hard to get this thing correct for 3D adaptation that looks good in my understanding. So because I have this, we will get the meshes, and we'll have to tackle, I want to tackle the head. So it's true that the body doesn't really matter too much here, so we can hide. It's not a priority. The hair, although it can be useful, we can hide it or disable. Then for the mouth features, I think we don't need them. And so here, icons we can disable here, and we want the eyes face surfaces. So this will be particularly important. We can actually, there is no reason why not join this geometry here, because if this controlled, if we want to tweak the eyes and we tweak the each eye individually, well, we can just have some ways that the vertex group that deforms actually won't push the other eye around, although it could do that if we don't have a locker thing here. So maybe I should give this one, just so that we have the possibility to manipulate this. You see, without I think there was a mistake. Yeah, there's some clipping. Yeah, so we can like push this and you see it won't affect the rest. What is in the center? So the center, we might want this to be stable. Why not leave them separated? Yeah, really. I feel like this is more organized. It's already annoying for me, the idea of just a technical choice, really. I don't like floating meshes, but they help. 3D is weird, right? CG, right? Computer graphics. Anyways. So, why I'm tweaking these things like random? I'm just making this mesh like there is something like a relax slide. Yeah, look at this. This is horrible. One day, maybe I'll become a great 3D sculptor. I don't think so, but I think should train a little more. A lot of people like this kind of workflow. I don't know. For me, I like poly modeling. But certain tools, sculpt mode receives a lot of love in default vanilla Blender, right? And not so much for modeling, right? Except for geometry nodes, maybe. So yeah, I'm dismantling the progress that I've made before because also we're gonna see what we have here. Yeah, so you see, even if we change the position of this vertex, this won't affect this other one. So it just doesn't matter. And if I'm not wrong, I'm using auto normalize this time. Yeah. So yeah, turns out it doesn't have it's a mirror, right? We can keep the mirror modifier. Okay. So it doesn't matter here. What we need is to improve this according to the model sheet. So this is very tedious and tricky, but we are gonna focus on that. And see if today we can come up with a solution. Maybe we should just use the quad view. So there are a lot of problems of the grease pencil visualization, right? This affect the whole thing, right? Very bad, right? So okay, but maybe we don't. Yeah. I should also make a cleanup in this thing. there is a way to... Okay, interesting. This doesn't really solve anything. The grease pencil line is still a sharp thing, right? Okay, so you see, this is something that I'm not sure I tried everything. It's just not very good. Still Blender 5.2.0 LTS. Come on. They don't know what they're doing. So anyways, I need to explain this thing. Okay, so here we see something that is intriguing, right? So the character design in the 3D, I made in the model sheet that the nose yeah, so that the tip of the nose would be somewhere about here. However, I see that the side view, yeah, when you follow the side view, so this is a, okay, so here is the trick. The side view was a mistake. Maybe, or maybe not, maybe the side view is correct. I can't know now. We'll have a, I think it looks like a bit weird indeed. So usually the solution is somewhere in between, right? Ah, that might be why I was having some trouble with the eyes. The problem is that if I... Okay, so there is... It's too low here. But maybe that is what would work. Very strange. We have a lot of line here. Lines. Yeah, let me use the... Can we... Yeah, I should do a cleanup indeed. So cleanups... Yeah. Cleanups... Like, yeah. How to do this, whatever. And then we have this thing that's related to the orthographic viewport. I cannot control this apparently. Yeah, so you see these round shapes is not good. So it will be something more like this, but there is, it's not over. This too many points maybe for what would be better, I think. The way to control this spacing. No. Also not this. Ah, it's the simplify. Okay. Let's set it to 2. Yeah, we have a sharper line, but it will help with precision. And here we have the stabilizer, right? Which is not so much helpful. Yeah, I still have a lot of those. Yeah, so this is, I don't know what's going on. Doing it like this is very bad also. Screw that technicality shit. I think I'm just gonna 1.5. Yeah, I thought it was spacing, right? So what we don't want is to have. Yeah, I can just try to clean up. Even if it has a lot of strokes, control points, as long as it's not. Yeah, so now we'll have a better curvature there, I guess. We can sustain this other effect. I mean, this seems to be good. So here where we might struggle. So if this works here, I could sustain this height. No, it's not good. So you see, it's too no space for this. Is why on the profile I had to make this adjustment. I've been through that already. Yeah. So in 3D the character looks good, but it can always get a little better. That's the point. So I think what I'm gonna do is that we're gonna look for an intermediate point. So far we did nothing new. We just the chin can also not, the more it get here, the less elongated is this structure, and so the weirder it gets. Like for the neck also we could bring the neck a bit forward. Yeah, it's plausible. In principle, the line should be around here. This usually aligns with the eyebrow. The eyebrow seems too low here, but for some reason that kind of worked. Oh, I'm doing this the wrong layer. Yeah, I have some issues here. I'm trying to find the ideal position. What's that? If it's too large, I just reduce then later on. This shape I like. But we see where it tends to follow going downwards, and then it appears behind the eyelash, which is not necessarily good. A lot of space here, and that's why the ear would go higher. I need to like get it about here, like maintaining this shape but higher. So same here. And then they sort of match. Now that means that, okay, for the eyes, so we have decided that here, whatever. Yeah, we could use the mirror, right? Yeah, I'm already using the mirror. Except not for this one. Why they don't merge? No clipping? No. So here, very interesting. I decided to I see the eye could be a little here I decided not to bring this so much forward. That's okay. Let's make more rounded here. It goes back until about the 6th cube. Okay, we are getting close now. Now let's look for the eyes. And this will define the curvature, which it usually is more like this. So I don't like what's doing there in the meshes. Of course it will be cut. We are gonna approximate. All right, so what does it mean if we do this? There's another sketch idea that I'm forgetting. We can try to catch it. It's right here. Is the lid crease. So all around the eyes there would be this kind of thing. Even in this character design, it will help us achieving here. It's a bit overlapping, that's why it's we have more space here for this structure, so you're gonna get it around here, right? And same here in the front, it will be like squished, and here it is also very squished. But it's important because this is the part that will be still, the eyelids will still be shrink wrapping to the eye surface. It helps that we needed to push this forward, upwards, and here we needed this space. We'll have to find a solution for this. Puff cheeks. Of course, it's a stylization, but will be not puff cheeks, cheekbone. Yeah, the cheeks, upper cheeks, right? Yeah, so in principle we have a line like this. Is more topology, but this is already doing this. So what we need is to just get this one, right? Even if it's looks ugly, this will give the insight where this thing needs to be. And if we look at the position here, it's almost here, and that means that this thing would be about here. The cheekbone, right? We can decide, yeah, could be exactly here. So that means that here is what we've got. Yeah, although it might look weird in, we need to see if it's matching also. Well, here I'm sure it's matching, but this point, the highest point would be yeah, this one is apparently accurate enough. Although it might not be exactly here, it could be. Okay, and if the mesh looks good, then we can afterwards solve that in the 2D, right? Here it doesn't look good. I mean, maybe a little better now. But most importantly, these eyes, right? Yeah, it won't look like there's a different stylization, right, for 2D or so I'm gonna maybe we should ignore the eyelashes. No, no, we need them. Okay, so I need the character design so in 2D, otherwise we don't have a match. This one usually I don't do in, this is why we're gonna ignore, but we're still gonna create it. Yeah, let's just use this for now. And here we need to match these findings. So it was a bit too low. Or maybe not. Well, this curvature was correct. Maybe this one was incorrect. I made this one maybe too squished. Yeah, about here. And here we just have this behind, so it's complicated, but that's what will happen. And as for this now, and there it is. So having this, we can at least yeah, there are some questions here, but anyways, we can do this. That was tough. So we got, I think this time we got it. One more time. Okay. So, there's still the mouth, right? Position. So I already have some idea of what should work here. I think I've got it accidentally erased. Yeah, but that's fine. We have already modeled through it, so we see that according to the geometry, you have the lips right here. So this is a good position, and you see there's an orientation here. Worth checking. I don't know the angle, but yeah, we need the armature here to check. Not that the mathematical simplified value is better. Maybe it's not accurate. The bone seems to be displaced. What bone is this? Map head. Yeah, it's just forgot to place that. Okay. Here, this angle that we decided here that it would be a this is a $25 if yeah, but when we look, yeah, so this you can only look better when we are rigging the mouth, and the jaw opens, and you are able to see the intersection, how they work, the occlusion works, and then we can see from front view and side view, especially front view and some other varied angle, what looks good. So currently we can use for now these bones and to match the yeah, that seems to work. And so in a front view, that would mean here. Yeah. Good. So the curvature might be different, but it's just the final points that matter more right now. Also, this curvature here on the front, I think it is worth getting it's not rounded I would like, but also works because the hair is in front. And if this low poly can do this thing, then that's good enough. Though here I see a problem. Usually in the character design, this part needs to be wider, and here it needs to be. This is why we are having problems with the ear not showing, because this thing, the temple, needs to go inwards here. Apparently we got serious mistakes with some glitch in the masty glitch here. I don't remember this problem here. Who knows, maybe I better not touch that one. No, it's still there. Looks safe. Ah, there is the back of the skull. I need to address that. Yeah, that will work. All right. So with this now set, I believe now we could hide this stuff and start building. Ah, we've lost some progress here. Yeah, it was important. Yeah, a lot of glitches here are destroying my progress. Crap, this was a disaster. So this is not, maybe it's something about my graphic palette, I don't know with this, but it's something, the controls that I'm using in this Blender version, they messed it. Probably they messed it up. I don't remember have this thing. Occasionally you get something, but this is too much. Maybe it's when I use the stabilizer. Yeah, might be something about the stabilizer. Okay, folks, but the good news is that we got the curvature here, and so now at least this thing should be fine. We set different mesh positionings for all sort of stuff, so it should be able to. Okay, there's these weird strokes here. Yeah, and they seem to hold everything. Okay, so I need to be careful not to. Okay, so that should work, folks. Now with this, we can... First thing that I'm gonna address, okay, first thing first, lock the grease pencil. And yeah, also let's make a save as copy. So this is a backup 0. Yeah, so backup 01 and call it grease pencil face done. It helps a lot usually to name the backups in order, and then numerical order, and then at the end some note, so you can rapidly tell what that backup iteration is about. So we can reduce the grease pencil opacity so that we can have a easier management of everything. Now, should I use the quad view? I think I don't need the quad view anymore for the time being. Maybe just a dual view here. Maybe at some point we'll be back with this, but for now, we want to address this mesh. So if I had got this right since the start, like clean, very clean since the start, which is very hard because you see this kind of process is kind of back and forth sometimes. And if you just want to start building a character design like this, like the early stage is particularly delicate. So if you're gonna rush that, then shit happens. Then exactly this thing that happened to me. not new stuff, right? Because I keep trying to improve even when I do a very good job in the beginning. But in this case, that was very unfortunate. I get really bad shape here. But now we're trying to get it good enough. We want to have this expanded plane, curved plane, a little more to the top and to the bottom, because if we bring up some wide open eyes expressions, we would like to be able to keep the eyelids shrink wrapping to the surface. Of course, we need to know more or less the limit of this expression. So now it does look like that it can work. I don't like the geometry here, but this stuff, but with the subdivision surface modifier, it should look good nonetheless. Also, the topology here is crap. Like, there's much better, right? And also, why not? Why shouldn't we? Okay, so now we need to pay attention. Now we start to have the quad view problem, or problematic. We need to address yeah, so this is horrible. Fortunately, here we have some facilities. So you see where the forehead is, and we're trying to follow from the top view the forehead curvature. Of course, the mesh is also relevant, but since we have also the model sheet, we can already, so here this goes back. Yeah, we're gonna push this more, and so this probably will make a nice and smooth eyes. Yes, I believe this should work. If I miss some expressions, we can expand this back. So what about this part? This part's a little weird, but really this is not super important. nobody sees this, but whatever, let's just make it a little more accurate here and here. So here can happen some problems if the character opens her mouth and we see the, so you need to make some shading effects to hide everything that is inside, right? It, because it may appear in the mouth bag. We don't have mouth bag. This back face culling with well, anyways, so here let's look at these eyes. Okay, so I know what I need to do next. Maybe it's not good, but for the 3D, in spite of all these efforts, yeah, maybe it sucks in. But this is also because we need to... Looks like the character design is telling something else. Yeah, of course. It's because we need to readjust certain things of the mesh in here. Of course. So we changed a lot of stuff here. So this will be a bit tricky, but we're gonna get it done. So this, because this is a disconnected mesh island, we're just gonna revamp its positions, its position. Okay, know what? Smooth yourself. We're gonna... Okay, for now this is sufficient, but now we gotta do something else. So this structure here for low poly, we need to leverage it. The brow. We're not seeing the grease pencil properly. Also, since we got... Why do I have... I don't know which stroke I was using. Okay, so it will be this one. That's fine. It does look like that. This is an old structure. Yeah, we lost the... I need this one. Do we really need this topology here? And it's causing some... Why don't we just do this? Okay, here we see the surrounding. Exactly. We're gonna select for now all this mesh. No, not yet. We can skip editing like this. It's fine. This is where I believe the drawing, yes, the mesh needs to go much more. Oh, this is don't matter now. Let's hide these faces too. Let's just play with this for now. Okay, here more to the inside. Here we can already snap. Snap doesn't work well with this. Okay, and here of course we need to adjust this positioning. Okay, looks like we're having some issues here, but let's start fixing this first. Something about the character design or the eyes curvature is not matching. Like it needs to be back here. Ah, yeah, of course. This mesh is very wrong. I need to try to fix this. So what looks like is that the it's probably this the eye, right? The eye surface is just not, it's too wide. It might be causing some trouble. So let's just try to adjust the eyelids here. I'm sure this part should work, at least is the outer part, and certainly this part here. We can already try to fix these ears, which we destroyed accidentally last time. Now we have a good model sheet, well, a decent model sheet to adjust it. This is so weird. It's just a topology artifact with the subdivision surface modifier, of course. Maybe I could dissolve this. No. Tempting, but no. Oh, this is the part that goes behind the ear. Yeah, so with the current topology, this is very difficult now because I start to have problem with the upper cheek here. Wait, this is not even... Doesn't look like this should be the right mesh to be here. Well, I see an opportunity to change this again. Like it's losing its sharpness. Let's yeah, so this, no, the topology is ruining. Yeah, it's because indeed we can't have this geometry here, this topology here. It's I think there's just too big faces here. Oh, they are, of course. It's just a maybe it was because of the active shrink wrapping. Yeah, it says wrong shrink wrapping. I need to update the mesh there, the proxy mesh. Are you kidding me? Yeah, maybe if we just made this sharp, it would be better. But this also works for now. So, okay, maybe we don't need to... won't need to edit this thing after all. Although, yeah. Yeah, this change on the topology. Yeah. Well, I have a backup. This face here, yeah. Yeah, I think we can maintain this. The problem is, of course, it was here. So again, crap. Yeah. So again, we got this thing in the wrong spot happening. Ah, maybe it's too back. Why it's aligned with the ears? Should be more like. All right, so indeed we'll have to redo this topology here. Okay, this sounds okay. Maybe could just end this one as a triangle here. No, not even a triangle yet. Now, yes. That kind of works. We don't need this for any other wave paint deforms, so that's safe. That means that we can reproduce this pattern. It's a bit dangerous, but yeah, now we don't have that same shape. Regard the character design, it doesn't in 3D space doesn't seem to pose any trouble so far. Here we could improve this, of course. This might be or might not be relevant. Yeah, the cavity for the ears, that sounds good. And now that has turned into an N-gon, which is not necessarily the end of the world. Let's see what we can do with these ones. Okay, this spike is fine. Yes. The cheekbone of this character design. Then Ah, I see. Okay, we can kind of merge it there, right? More structure, right? A better structure here. Yeah, very much cleaner. Then here, of course, we have a little problem with certain end gone. We could keep it there, but like we could just instead make a into a trigon like here, right? I think trigons are safer, and that's fine. We don't need any more. Yeah, so now I have beautiful looping here. It's not so beautiful, but that works, right? Yeah, so this is very important. And we gain this one. We gain this one. This is very good. And this one doesn't go to the end, but that's also very important. And of course, these ones go, which go towards then the until the eyelids borders internally. So now the big trouble is to what's happening to this eye surface. I think it's badly positioned. No, its vertices. Okay, so we can't shrink wrap this. It doesn't matter. We'll have to revamp this one. But the priority now is the eyes. So I need to figure out okay, so without this, let's just hide the grid pencil for a moment. Let's try to just snap those vertices. We won't care about these structures. Well, we can just smooth this out for now. Why it is doing this creepy motion? Ah, because it is being shrink wrapped, of course. But really? Okay, this is behaving very weirdly. Yeah, I'm gonna just smooth this out. Leave it out. Also, why not? Let's just get the vertex groups. I need a mask. Yeah, like hide. Eye stuff. Whatever. So this. And then we're gonna have to change this anyways, so we don't care. Looks like just these ones. No, there's another one here. Okay. Okay, so now that we got this, we can just hide these meshes. So what we're gonna do is that we're gonna grab these eyelids meshes. Also, since we are doing this stuff here, we're gonna also assign no, it was not the way. It's actually this. So we want just this face part. I want to invert and assign. There we go. Now that we have this mask, we can easily access this geometry. And so now that we got this, we need to face project, align rotation to target. Not sure that will work with for vertices, more for bones, I guess, but faces, yeah, faces, not really. Yeah, I'm using faces, so, and include non-edited, move, rotate, scale, all that, yeah. And face project in this case, not face. So then we grab, and this should position. So all these are snapped already. Okay, so you see where this might be the problem. It's because the character design, it's yeah, so this part of the eye probably is the culprit, because it goes too much, it's too broad here, and this is causing a lot of conflict. So we'll have to do something like this. Make it less expanded to the sides, and maybe this one we're gonna also push back. Again, this also push back a little more. So then this part, we probably lost some aspect of the original curvature, but we can get it back. If you do motion like with the face loops, we can get some more precise motion without too much destruction of the smoothness that we eventually acquired. Okay, so it's likely that this could work already. Although I'm not looking at the character design, a shame. But yeah, let's look at the character design then. Now, because of these transformations, these additions, we should be able to do this thing again and probably snap this in a more adequate way. These ones could be, yeah, we can find an angle where we can see everything and get it snapped. So here we are already seeing some of the snapping events with more accuracy. And here we're gonna try to match this character design stuff. Now I can do wireframe stuff, invisible, how do you call it? Because the back face, all the back of the head, the skull, it's all hidden, so it won't accidentally interfere with my workflow. So of course we will need to catch the shape here. We might have need of additional face loop for the eyelids, because this we can add later on. So you see that where we might not be able to match the drawing, right? Impossible character design unless we morph. There's a technique that is called the camera keys automorph. It's cheating, right? But I would use it maybe for a certain angle that is horrid, but for the profile, yeah, they use this in Bell, an Japanese animated studio, and it's a solution that is cumbersome to make, but it's actually pretty straightforward. Like, you could give it as a complication, like it's like a delta corrective shape key, nothing more than that. It's just maybe it's even funnier than that. It's just that you have to rig the camera in relation to the head orientation in relation to the camera. Yeah, it's a relation, right? So it's something that looks, so whenever the camera looks at the face from a certain angle, then it will automorph the shape, like a, for example, like a corrective shape, yeah, design shape key, and it will just make the, it's a very ingenious solution to a very hardcore problem of character designing. Here I still have some problems on the, here eventually I draw this incorrectly for the model sheet I made, not for my drawings. So you see, this is fine. They can be very close, or just snapping them from here. This is fine. Yeah, it's starting to work. The bottom part is a bit convoluted still. This is the one that needs to snap. This one doesn't snap. No, this is also snapping. Okay, this also snaps. Okay. And now we have a little problem here that this needs to be here. We lose a little the capacity to see, because the cheeks are are supposed to go up. So, but we can just look a bit from the top and get the snapping somewhere close enough. Or you can just hide the cheekbone. So just make sure to, whenever you grab other vertices, to not get them snap also, so that will destroy everything. As for this outer part, that seems to be smooth enough, yeah. Okay, maybe we didn't get entirely correct. I think, yeah, maybe we can get this a bit different here. Like, we can bring this outwards a little, like this. This one we can push more inside. While this we could push more here. Up. Need to decide what is better here, because these faces are gigantic. So we don't want this one snapping. Neither this one. Yeah, so this needs to shape this region here. It's okay if we have this okay, alright, now we can already so possibly we could smooth these faces here. Smooth these ones, why not? Let's see what happens. Yeah, maybe that could do. This, no, I don't like this. So just bring this here. Maybe this vertex a little more here. Push this more inwards. Yes, so now we gonna address the mesh that is inside, right? GY, okay, something like this. Scale, say from the front view, this sounds correct, yeah. Scale more. Something like this, right? And from the side, yeah, this seems properly done. Then we can re-enable the eyelids border shrink wrapping. So it will always be there. We cannot bring it, it's always be a wall. That's good. But now we need to re-enable these ones. And it starts to work. Yes, you see. we could even readjust here some values. I'm not sure. No, there still seems to be some intersection. So let's try. No. Okay, not good. Or is just no? It is the eyelashes. Time to make some. So although this vertex group I'm gonna use more for managing. So yeah, we could already shape the. Also, looks like that we've lost some. What is this thing? Why am I having this weird? No, it is because it's modified. Yeah, that's why. Okay. So what we need is to texture paint this, but not this. And we're gonna bucket well, where is the okay, it's not working, so whatever, let's just okay, something is preventing me to the eyelids are fine. Okay, what's happening is that the eyelashes, they also need a little help. But right now I'm trying to fix something else. Isn't there some way to look at the... No, this is not a texture thing apparently. It's just a... Okay, so this is because of these vertices. We need to guarantee that they get pushed. Just in case, right? So we're gonna have... Yeah, we could fix this with the character design, but since there is one shrink wrap, okay, we're gonna... Later on I decide what I do if we need this, but eyelids, eyelashes, yeah, so I'm gonna use... So outside, and we're gonna keep this value is the same of the eyelids, and we're gonna create mod eyelashes push shrink wrap outside, assign lock. Okay, so just gonna push whichever vertices of eyelashes, which you see the ones that are too far away, they don't get affected, and they shouldn't be. It's just for the beginning so that we can... So as the eyelids meshes get pushed away, or actually not just pushed away, they shrink wrap outside. First they are glue onto the eyes, but they are pushed forward by doing that to prevent clipping, and then we get these ones that need to follow up to some value that is even further away, but not too much. And then we have the eyelids border, which you could even go, because it's inwards, so we could just do 0.2 maybe. And also maybe here we're gonna... Let's save. Yeah, it's right in the center. Let's just make sure that this is... that they really go further away in a way that... Yeah, they'll have this kind of angle, right? And so that means that, yeah, it's a wall, right? The eyelids borders, right? There we go. And here we're having some crazy contraption. Not sure what this is. I think it looks like texture, but it could be something else. Okay, clearly it's something about the eyelids. Okay, nothing to merge. It's probably the how this. Oh yeah, of course it is the. Yeah, so this is kind of dangerous because I'm gonna pick all these faces, gonna turn them all into the same amount of edge creases, and apparently this stabilized a little. Yeah, so that sort of stabilized a little the thing. Though I think these ones, yeah, this will be dangerous. Maybe I can take off the edge crease from this. Not sure, but whatever. We got some results here, and now texture painting again. Let's see if we can. Like in principle. Oh, I see what's going on. Okay, so we made new meshes here, and this probably creates some horrid things. Yeah, we need to do some work here. The UV is more here, more for separating the, right, to facilitate the workflow, but otherwise they are not very good in this case. Unless we, yeah, if we do texture painting, of course, yes. But so this is the mask. So actually we're gonna make something here. This is the sweet. And here we really don't care. But we want another UV that is for the face. Yeah, it's like color face. So this other UV, of course, we want it to be Yeah, for now it's face, but okay, looks like we'll have to unwrap this properly. Well, maybe we can change this thing. Yeah, we could make this jawline for, yeah, here we'll have a little problem. Okay, maybe we can do this. Why not? Yeah, here we don't have too much facilities, too many facilities. I could just open from the back. Or from the side, as it were before. Yeah, we could try this, although this would be even safer. Or even more. This is the neck. No, this is the back part. What is this? Oh, of course, apparently. No, this is the ear. The ear is not good, right? I forgot. Yeah, with the symmetrization and application of the mirror modifier, we'll have some trouble here. But for now, this should be enough. I said that rendering wise in this compositing aspect, I wasn't even looking to that. It's actually pretty nice, right? Yeah, this is still ongoing. Okay, so you made the UV unwrap for. Looks like we have some problem still with the other UV. Let's. We need to bring this to the shading, right? The skin. And we don't have a skin texture. Yeah, we are trying to make a skin texture with some procedural things, which, to be fair, we can do better with. Okay, now I'm gonna make a backup here, and we're just gonna redo this. Maybe just skip this color. So we're gonna just dump this. Use this one. Currently it has no Yeah, so it start with those meshes. Yeah, we start with this. Don't we have a color? Yeah, we have a color. Yeah, I'm gonna paint all with this color first. We're gonna pick these face loops here. I don't see where they are, but how to check the... Well, this is weird. Where's something so simple? The UVs. Well, yeah, this is not normal. Okay, I'll have to look here. Hold on. If your V mesh lines are not showing up in the image editor while texture paint and blender because you are in object mode, have no face selected, or have display texture paint UVs turned off. How to fix visibility. Select all faces in edit mode, tab in edit mode, press A to select face and switch back to texture paint mode. Blender only displays UV for selected geometry. Well, I do have selected geometry. Looks like it's a bug. Display texture paints, yeah, but enable display UVs in the image window. Look at the top menu bar, click on view, display texture, Yeah, they destroyed. There was a lost operator here apparently. Select an image. Ensure you have created an assigned image. Yeah. So don't know. Okay, but we can get through this anyways. We just need to have some approximation, or we could instead, I didn't want that, but we can always just as the lighting, I guess. Wait, this doesn't work. Yeah, so this is very poor, but what you can do here is just now we have this map, and we can probably just nothing of this, I guess, will show too much in the final, but it can help. At least if we make some switching in the shading, we'll have the structure, right? So still, it's a positive thing. It's very simple, and I think we've lost material here. This is actually here. Yes, so we're getting, now it's starting to get accurate. Let's go back with the everything. Yes, so starting to get some good results. Yeah, still some tweakings, but I believe that almost from here we could already start working on the, yeah, here. That's very crude. Yes, so extrapolate all this because Blender didn't help me this version. It always happens stuff like this, just 0.0 iteration, so there's still a lot of things to fix yet. I guess it will just get better from the LTS version from now on. So we can cell shading, nice. Then what we get is the, what I wanted here, the bones, right? Let's see. Okay, so we got this jaw motion. We'll make some shape keys for jaw, very simple ones. Then we these bones are just, yeah, maybe I'll keep them just because they can sometimes be tweakers. Yeah, so you can, but we can also, there are different setups, right? When we make a shape key that moves the face elements, like the shape key driver won't control the bone, but it doesn't mean that we cannot make that the bone that drives the shape key is not the same. Also, well, if it's not the same bone here, it could be, right? So it's just one controller bone here that would drive the shape keys and now at the same time do this armature deform, right? So same could be for the arcade. So what I mentioned is that if we have some if we're using some, wait, is this, what's the color of this why can't I'm selecting the armature. Okay, here. Yeah, this is the, it's just the, it's just the lighting, so it's not too good, but we can fix that up eventually. The lighting here is also not very nice. This is too dark. Yeah, I don't know what to do with this, so I just want some lighting like this. Okay, so for the bones, the skeleton, yeah, so there is one thing that I will probably address here. We made a lot of fix. We're gonna save another backup. It'll be called backup 02. So it will be face mesh fixes. All right, just in case I messed up something important again. So now we're gonna go for something a bit tricky. But for this skeleton, it will turn out to be interesting. So, all right. This is a very simple skeleton. We're gonna address the frog pose. Well, not exactly frog pose. Actually, we're gonna address the X pose, and this let's say I don't have the right values here, but -60. Yeah, so there is for rigging, right, folks? So let's go into the theory here. Let's also change the soundtrack. So there is a range of motion of the leg from, let's say, the exaggerations on a coupled rotations like X and Z axis. So this would be the typical X axis of rotation. Usually I do something like this and this. So this will be like a 170, and this will be, I think, 130, which is absurd, right? But there is a position somewhere in between this, which you can calculate, basic arithmetics. We can do by, we can also see what is exactly this value here. Yeah, so we can exaggerate, like, but it could also be 120 and 160, 150. Okay, 150 and 120. So the difference, it's between them is of 30 degrees if we normalize, right? Like if this is positive, so essentially, so they take off 100 from each side, and then we turned out to have 50 and 20, right? And so then let's say we subtract more 30 and subtract more 30 in the both sides. So here we'll end up having 0, and here we'll end up having 120, right? So end up having subtracted 20, we end up with having 30. So that means that this would be the, it was not what I usually new from my exaggerated pose, but okay, whatever, we can get this one. And then same thing we'll have from here. We'd have a okay, we're gonna, yeah, we know it's 30. Okay, now we're gonna do from here. We also know now that we can, so if we want something like so 50, it's a cartoon, right? But let's go for 30, and then 120, right? So 30 and 120, so take off 30 and take out 30, so 90 degrees, right? So 90 degrees is this, right? So we took off this, so we want basically 90 on the negative 90, and we want rotate 30, right? Well, no, it is having some difficulty in finding the rotation that I want. Here. So I don't know why I'm having these angles, but we don't need this to be perfect to usually we'd have more something like this, right? I think it's because this angle was more, yeah, and also this angle maybe was more the one. So a shame. I'll have to revalidate my findings here. Hold on. $130, 170, whatever. So 130. Have to take notes. Probably I noted this somewhere. I just don't remember now. I have some very old tutorial that, okay, 170 and negative 150. Is that correct? No, 130, not 50. Then here I don't remember, but probably I wanted something like 60, and here I remember I have this value of negative 120, and maybe, yeah, not 90, not yeah, so 45. So to simplify, maybe you could go okay, 60, whatever. ZX. So that means that here we're gonna go yeah, so just subtract 60 from okay, we got negative this, then add 60, we get this. All right, then from this now we can oops, here, then from this we can start adding the x, which would be 170 and minus 130 degrees. That'll be 40 degrees. Something like this. Then there is something that I guess we need some here. I don't know how I'm gonna get this, but we can just this is parented here, so I think this just gonna do the job. I don't know why this is moving. Oh yeah, I know why this is moving. It's just because yeah, it is the lag, right? So this I haven't really calculated, but it seems that to be more natural we'll need a negative 30, right? Or maybe negative 60 even? No. Yeah, negative 60, that can work. Okay, and here we just need to reposition this. So what we can do here is yeah, there is a way like this. Yeah. Okay, so what does this makes is that this pose would allow us to why this is doing this on the x-axis. Yeah. Okay, looks like we got it. So it's normal on the active, right? Of course, this is not for interpolation. So here we can do like 90 degrees. If we, here's the same principle. We need to find the, so there will be something like this, but usually for, it could do like a negative 15, whatever. And then for here, we probably would like positive 120, 135, maybe even, yeah. So and so this, you see, it's already follow up that position, so that's fine. So if we make the, again, the normalization, it's 125 minus 15, which gives us, no, wait, I think I'm not doing this properly, because I need to find the middle. So the middle point, no, I did this incorrectly, at least in this case. So yeah, the problem is, no, this is okay. I can, yeah, this one is fine to reset. Not this one though. So the middle term, it will, that arc, there's a middle term, so it's like the sum of those things. So that will be 125 plus 15 degrees, that will be 140 degrees. That means that the center of this arc (140), so it's 70 degrees from this, or from this point. So that means 70 degrees from here. Let's start from here, for example. Negative 15 plus 70, so that is 55. And so that means that we need to, okay, first if I don't know how to solve this now, but it seems aligned, but I'm afraid that the angle is not correct. I need something more like this. Whatever. We would need here 55, so it's just $55. And so this pose would be the best for skinning the thigh and the shin. And so in order to Yeah, the problem is that I don't really have... Well, yes, we can make a bone. That would be like skin. Yeah, no, this is too... It's like, how to say, it's ghost? No, it is ref. Yeah, ref. So you have a ref tie that this bone, yeah, can have the same parent. Gonna make into a B bone. We're gonna change it to this color, and we're gonna... Well, we're gonna parent it here, and we're gonna just I don't like the operator here, but it can mess up. Well, didn't work. I think the parent... No, it doesn't make sense. Okay, so apparently they broke this thing too. Ah, whatever. So okay, now it works, but its data is probably corrupted. Well, we don't know. It seems to be fine. So, whatever. We don't need this to be perfect anyway. So here we're gonna get same here. And so I'm doing this so that will be easier then. Alright, so I have this pose for these mysterious bones. And what it does now is that we should probably have so you can go back and forth on demand, right? So it's kind of okay. So gonna depose, whatever. Okay, so what we do with this is that we can just this won't work, but this one will work, or maybe not. Okay, but then we have this other operator, which is Control C, visual rotation. No, it's the opposite. There, and then okay, and so that means that so this is a very safe way to do this, because now I have the easy well, not so easy, still very annoying, very creepy, but it's it allows me to do the any back and forth developments here. Unfortunately, this is not a case of, so I'm gonna call this like okay, for some reason this one didn't want to. Okay, just match the rotation then. Okay, so this rig is so simple that still it's complicated to do this, but this will allow us to have the deform rig of the body, because there's nothing else, so we can, at least for now, can cause a lot of rig havoc. So I don't know if, yeah, it's all right, so we're gonna move the control, so we're gonna symmetrize these bones, and fortunately the spine we don't need, so we need essentially the neck, the head, we don't need for that. Usually we can do similar thing for the mouth, but this is a dangerous thing. Depending is not a good idea. For the eyes, eyelids closed or open, of course it will be a slightly different concept, the same concept, but applying in a very different way matter. So what we want here is to pose apply. Probably I calculated wrong, but we need at least to do this once. I'm gonna save here. And okay, I forgot that it's not like this exactly. We need to procure ourselves a duplicated armature, and we need to then apply maybe the both of them. Apply modifier kind of the mesh with shape key. Okay, we don't need those shape keys. This was for a previous experiment. Unfortunately, that, or fortunately, I don't know. All right, this one too. So we're gonna get this, this, and this. Hold out, apply all. Yeah, so they were all applied. Then from this, then we can and reset the pose maybe. Okay, so probably I did something wrong. No. Oh, this one was already applied. Okay. Okay, I think I got this one. Yeah, I applied one of them. Crap. Okay, let's go again. So duplicate. I made tutorials that, but I still, it's super. Then we need to yeah, it's pretty sure it was this order, but don't reset the pose, but maybe let's try this first. Then okay, let's try it. It doesn't seem to have solved anything. Okay, so maybe this operation has changed on the version, but it makes no sense to me. They would have to mention it. We can just try with the simplest one. So I'm gonna start out by just one. Let's try with we shouldn't reset this, but whatever. Let's select the whole thing then. Oh, now it worked. Okay, so apparently this operator was wrong. The problem is now I've lost the other objects, and the bone has already changed their so this selected response seems to not have corresponded, probably because I had to select the deform something else. So okay, now that works. So what happens now, folks, is that the mesh, of course, now you have this pose, which is better for skinning. However, it is worse for making the character design, because much worse for the character design, because now if I need to you see, address the character design, this would be very bad, and the shapes I might have to adjust them like in 3D, and then according the best for this pose. But then as we start posing the character back to some, then the another problem is that we'll always need a pose asset or some, yeah, or some buffer bone, some warp system to immediately not start with this pose, which usually is not very good for animation. Not that the T pose or air pose are anything good, but maybe this is better. Usually, who knows? But so this is a bit weird, right? But it can work, right? The thing is that this will provide better skinning. This is for sure. And so, because I'm very concerned about the skinning quality and the challenge of skinning now, and the rig that I have, the control rig that I have, is so much simpler, not very dependent of mechanism bones in this time, so I can just do this crazy thing without paying a heavy cost. It's already heavy, but maybe it's not that heavy. So now what I can do with this is that I need to see. That's why we have these ones, and we can track back these positions, right? And so that means that now we got back to the you see, and apparently it's the same thing, right? Let's make a, yeah, this is very dangerous. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna make a second file here because, well, I could just have the other character at the side, but so this character apparently looks the same, but the rest position is this one, and this is the rest. No, this is not even the rest pose. This is the rest pose, but I could make this as the rest pose if I used an intricate system. But you know, this is garbage. You know what's better? Is it's garbage. It can be good if we are wasting too much time with rigging, if we don't care about that. I care about quantity of bones. So what we can do is just get this system here, and we can just like do this and this, select all these bones, and what we can do here is, oh, look, looks like that we need to, okay, select this, and then we're gonna pose, create pose asset. So this will be like Toon, yeah, Toon, pose name is rest pose, right? And yeah, it can be here. So we don't have a camera. Whatever. So I don't even know where it is. Yeah, it's here. So yeah, it's here, so we can find it. So so how to find the T-pose then? Why I can't find it? Okay, I need to current file, whatever. No, it's not here. Whatever. Okay, so you get this one. So if we reset, so we can just click, and that is the best way to go, right? These one are for other stuff. So you can reset, and we can just get back. So then of course we need to do the skinning for these other poses, right? Like this is a dangerous pose now because the rest position is this. This will be almost 40. So you see that the leg is going up. It's almost looking for the delta, X and Z delta, but it will have way better. So the problem here is that we'll have to also make change to the mesh for this pose on rest position. That means that, yeah. So one way to address the character design is of course using this. So that means that if we can sort of adjust the character design, based on yeah, so we can edit. It's complicated to explain, but essentially we'll, you know what that does, right? So basically we can, although we have this, we can edit, we can pose, right? We can pose, and then as we edit, for example, this, we are editing. Here we have a probably a bad some artifacts here already showing whatever. This is the part of the costumes, not the body. So anyways, if we find some artifacts, it's like a sculpting, we just fix it and hope that when we go back that this won't have disrupted the shape there. But so you see, I still modeled the character on the T-pose, but then when it came to the skinning, there is some backup for. Fortunately, this won't happen for the head face, so it's just for the big limbs and we like the spine, the neck. We could do this for the fingers too, but yeah, you know, the wrist is not necessary. The shoulder probably is good to have. So shoulder, hips, thigh, shin, elbow. The wrist, the neck, up on top, neck, and ankle is probably not important because these are very symmetrical. They rotate in all directions almost, right? And so there is no center of arc that is more favorable. At least I would say that it doesn't really matter. So the hand like this, the foot like this is just good enough because it can rotate. Yeah, so, and we can get usually good deformed with some bendiness. I see we have some news. Let's Pro Animate, welcome. O que você está fazendo? Quem é esse personagem? Acho que é em português, né? Não, aqui tá traduzindo para inglês. I'm not sure if you're talking in English or Portuguese, but here I have some automatic translation. I'm mentioning in both language. Please tell me if you can. I always get confused. It's the chat. So here is this character is OC. It's Dorothy, and what I'm doing here is just presenting a method for skinning more that is very complicated, but it's sort of spontaneously make skinning better, which is changing. I call it an expose, like it could be different, but usually we are trying to find the center of the range of motion for the limbs, the main limbs. And so in that way we can, so for example, let's say that could do this and could do this, then we, instead of doing the rest position like this, we want actually to start the rest position somewhere, like could be just 90 degrees, right? Could just do this, but I found somewhere more like here, right? So this would allow that the skinning, the deformation of the joints, including the hip thigh joint, the shoulder here is not ready yet, so then, but this poses a lot of problems, like for example the model sheet, right? So model sheet, I've started as a T-pose modeling the character, but now it is on that pose because I think this will be the, because this control rig is so simple that I can do this method. So, and we have a T-pose that we can recover the with some. Also, this is not necessary, but it helps. If I want to go back and forth, I still have a backup of the original T-pose position. The pose asset is also a recovery method, but here we have actual bones, so it's on edit mode, so it's kind of, they don't do nothing. They are just reference bones for access and positioning and bone length, whatever. Yeah. So if I need to go back in the future, I can. So yeah, so this character here, then I was... Bom, eu falei em inglês, né? Espero ter entendido alguma coisa. Mas essencialmente é um método de skinning. Aí tu pode voltar atrás para ver o procedimento. Foi bem truncado, mas eu acabei conseguindo. E aqui, então, eu vou mostrar a cena, agora que eu tive algum upgrade nas expressões faciais, né? Aliás, não nas expressões faciais, no character design da... parece que tem alguma coisa aqui que não tá... parece que... O que aconteceu com esse... Por algum motivo, esses ossos aqui não estão mais encrapando. Não, eles estão, mas o olho perdeu a íris, a pupila perderam. Ah, tá, claro, eles estão flutuando, talvez na altura errada. É só isso. Rain Crab. Sim, ele tá shrink crapando, mas... Ué. Muito estranho. Ah, tá deslocado. Ah, já sei o que aconteceu. Quando eu apliquei o operador, ele aplicou todas as transformações. Por isso que eu estava tentando usar o outro. Então isso aqui foi fatal para o meu sistema. Bom, por sorte eu tinha um backup. E aqui não tem esse problema. Então eu vou ter que descobrir como aplicar esse... O que deu errado aqui e depois eu... Ok, então o que eu vou fazer? Eu vou levar esse modelo aqui de volta para a cena original e agora a gente tem Aqui tá também um work in progress. Aqui tá alguma malha destruída, não sei porquê. Ah, era a pose que tava esquisita, claro. Sim, então agora daqui a pouco dá para fazer daqui a pouco, tô dizendo outro dia, vai ser possível fazer o rig facial com liderado por shape keys, né? Então parece que aqui a melhor maneira é o normal. Aqui ainda tem uma parte para resolver aqui. Eu não gostaria de fazer isso, mas por causa dos shape keys e do mirror modifier é recomendado fazer isso. Mas é um problema depois. Aqui não vai ser um grande problema, mas é um problema chatinho. E aqui esse rig experimental, ele consegue fazer iKey e FKey simultâneos, mas com auto iKey option. Só que tem, claro, uma série de coisas para levar em conta, que ali estão as bots. É que tem uns sistemas assim de multisseleção e para interpolação também pode ser desafiante, porque eu acho fácil, eu acho bom até, mas o chato é ficar controlando essas coisas aqui, mas dá uma potencializa. Então aqui, por exemplo, se eu quero fazer a perna rotacionar assim, então RZ tem que ser normal, eu tenho que ter esse com esse no active element, e aí trackball eu posso fazer isso, RW, RY, aliás, R, mas se eu quiser pegar esse aqui, RX, então aí o problema é, por exemplo, é interpolação. Então, por exemplo, agora para animação aí que tem um problema que isso aqui resolve de uma maneira mais ou menos coerente, né? Eu diria, eu acho melhor do que outros sistemas, mas também é complicado, né? Então se eu tenho que framear tudo isso aqui, aí eu tenho que fazer aquele esquema, pode ser aqui, E aqui eu vou... Tá, na verdade eu vou usar o... Isso aqui. E agora o que está acontecendo é que a gente não vai ver muito aqui, mas... Deixa eu resetar essa aqui e vamos apagar isso. Então aqui eu vou ter um problema de interpolação que vai estar... Só que por isso que eu tenho esse osso de mapeamento em que eu posso, se eu colocar para traquear isso aqui com motion path, ué, ok, eu não estou conseguindo ver o motion path por algum motivo. Ok, essa cena tá bugada, não consigo demonstrar, mas tem um motion path que tá linear, e aí isso não tá no espaço tridimensional. Então por isso que tem esse mapper bom, porque aí eu posso pegar isso em qualquer keyframe intermediário e eu posso atualizar aqui e aos pouquinhos eu vou... Não preciso bakear, eu só preciso às vezes de um ou de... ou de 3, algo assim. E aí eu consigo ter... Aqui eu tive um movimento que acho que isso aqui faltou resetar, né? É, tem um movimento ali, eu acho que eu devia ter keyframeado esse também, porque eu comecei só com esses dois. E esse aqui... Bom, na verdade eu posso só voltar aqui. É, sem os motion paths, isso aqui não faz sentido. Eu não sei o que aconteceu aqui, deve ser algum... Ah, tá aqui, tá aqui. Ok. Então, in range, ok. O que acontece é que eu tenho nesse sistema eu tenho e aqui um arco quase perfeito, porque esse ossinho aqui é a cauda, o tail desse shin, que é F-key. Então, por isso que eu tenho a possibilidade de fazer... Aqui é linear, mas tudo bem, eu posso... Eu queria aqui... Porque eu posso vir aqui e em algum momento... Acho que eu esqueci de... ok. Então, aqui eu tenho... De novo aqui, não precisa ser exatamente no centro, eu posso colocar ali e aqui eu tenho esse arco. Não é um arco ótimo, mas eu posso fazer esse arco manualmente também, mas aí eu não tenho tanta precisão, mas funciona também. Aí... E tem uns idiotas que... tem uns... Tô sendo cruel, mas tem pessoas que acham que isso aqui é pior do que usar IKEA switch e snapping. Eu, pelo menos, eu não sei, eu sou da antiga, sou animador desde criança. Para mim, usar IKEA, essas coisas que tem no Rigify add-on, que é bom, o Rigify é bom, mas essa construção eu acho medíocre, porque é a tecnologia, uma das tecnologias convencionais da animação 3D. Acho que o Maya usa isso e é muito bizarro. Para mim é uma coisa extremamente bizarra por causa da minha. Eu não me formei numa escola, então eu fui de animação 3D, então eu comecei com animação 2D tradicional, flipbook, até pixel art em computador, em software antigo. Então a minha experiência com animação ela é muito espontânea, muito orgânica, e aí para eu me adaptar sem escola outra forma de animação foi muito difícil, né? O Blender também não é um software que começou muito bom, poderoso durante mais de uma década, né? Ele não era tudo o que ele é hoje. Hoje é um software incrível, mas ele ainda carrega consigo algumas limitações históricas, né? Agora tem várias proposições para tentar resolver isso, mas ainda... Assim, o motivo pelo que esse rig funciona dessa maneira esquisita é que ele tem dentro dele tem uma estrutura que tenta mimetizar o efeito do Ikebone Constraint. E é muito simples, mas funciona com alguns caveats, com algumas desvantagens, mas é basicamente que se eu olhar o esqueleto de deformação, esse osso aqui, assim como esse osso aqui do pescoço, esse aqui é o master, é como se fosse o Ike master, né? E esse aqui. Bom, nesse rig eu ainda não tenho o ankle leverage, que é isso aí. Eu não sei se eu vou poder fazer, mas tudo bem. Tem outras maneiras de resolver isso, eu acho. Aqui, esse osso ele simplesmente tem que é o osso de deformação, eles têm um stretch to bone constraint. Então ele offset, ele se afasta do controlador original, só que esse controlador original ele é o que permite fazer o auto IK, que é versátil. Então se eu pego isso que controla a mão e pego isso, eu posso fazer uma multiseleção e posso ampliar e posso até... Bom, aqui eu vou... por que está separado? Bom, isso não era para estar separado, mas tudo bem, eu posso pegar... Estão todos separados. Acho que... não, é porque isso aqui é o deformação. Claro que é assim. E é com a roda do mouse wheel, que dá para chegar, fazer esse tipo de manipulação, né? Aqui também, né? Aqui vai aparecer Auto IK Lane 1, 2, 3, e 3 é o máximo porque eu não conectei ali com o resto, mas eu posso... Só que tem outras coisas complicadas, né? Então aqui, por exemplo, eu tenho que usar uma técnica secreta, que é meio glitch, mas que funciona, que eu tenho que... Ainda estou estudando aqui como fazer melhor. RG com o Auto IK Option, G, que é o Grab para ativar, R não ativa sozinho, mas seguido o R de Rotation do G. Então, G, R, R de novo, trackball, e aqui eu posso... E aí quando eu solto, eu tenho que apertar G e clicar de novo para ele voltar, senão ele dá um glitch lá. Então, é tudo glitchado, mas funciona. Então aqui eu posso fazer essa com algum... Não é muito fácil, mas eu consigo... Quer dizer, se eu pegar isso aqui e pegar esses dois ossos aqui, GR, acho que aqui não vai dar certo, porque tem o problema da interpolação. Claro, aqui não vai dar certo, mas porque ele vai controlar esses aqui. Mas se eu pegar, por exemplo, esse aqui da espinha dorsal, daí sim eu tenho que também expandir o... aqui talvez eu tenha encontrado uma limitação. Mas eu ainda não tenho... Sim, isso aqui é experimental ainda, e então... E claro, isso aqui permite fazer aquele... Só que aqui para fazer isso... Então é uma coisa que não é simples, né? Mas... Onde é que era para fazer isso aqui? Obviamente eu não estou conseguindo. Ah, tá, eu lembrei. É o... E eu tenho que tá selecionando. Então é muito chato, né? Mas... E tá cheio de problema, mas... GR... Aqui, algo assim. GRZ. E aí isso é problema de skin, então eu consigo fazer. E o mais legal, claro, é isso aqui, né? É essa capacidade de fazer isso aqui, né? É claro, depois tem que resolver, né? Mas outros, as curvas, os arcos, né? Mas é praticamente isso aqui funciona como um tweak bone, mas ele é mais do que um tweak, né? Eu quero fazer uma apresentação depois mais ampla desse, desse sistema, mas eu ainda tô experimentando coisas, especialmente com esse Blender novo, que abriu as portas para algumas coisas a mais com o Auto IQ Option, mas ainda falta muito para... Não falta muito, falta só alguém fazer alguma coisa. Tem algumas pessoas que estão trabalhando nisso, pelo menos um que eu sei, um conhecido. Mas, então é isso, folks. Eu tô... Aqui já tô... Tempo demais na live. Hora de concluir. It's Pro, obrigado pela intervenção aí. Então, fica à vontade. Folks, time to go. So, hope that was enjoyable. So, we're gonna address finally... We'll be able to address finally I think next time already, because we got the character design well enough. I'm still a bit concerned about the eyelashes because I don't know how I'm gonna solve that yet, because these particular eyelashes are just good for this character. Maybe it is not a good template, but the thing is that at least it's one character that is working. So after I can figure out the other stuff, right? So I think we're starting to go for the shape keys at once next time, or maybe a few more fixes, and then we go for it. And then that will be very interesting, I suppose. Thanks for watching, folks, and see you next time. Have a nice week. Happy blendering, of course.